Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream today. So today we're going to be doing a little bit of emulation game testing on the base M5 MacBook Pro. So this is the base M5 chip, 16 gigabytes of RAM, 10 GPU cores, and it's basically the lowest end M5 chip that we've been testing out for the last few months. I managed to, get this all up and running with Windows games and native Mac games, but now it's time to do some retro game testing. So we're going to try to cover all of the kind of standard systems today. So we'll start with like SNES, that era. For me, that's like retro gaming is SNES, or maybe NES era, the NES era. And then we'll try a few consoles like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and even PlayStation 4. And we'll cover maybe do some Dreamcast, Xbox 360 maybe, right? We'll do some Wii U and Switch emulation as well. And I'll be taking requests. If you want to request anything, I'll take it a lot more seriously if you do a super chat. Uh, if you want me to test out an emulation, like a particular game. But I have, my usual suspects, which I cover like quite frequently. And basically, we'll try to start like low end up to the high end, okay? And see how much better this base M5 chip, because like in theory, a lot of emulation is done like in single core, and the M5 chip is a bit faster than the M4 when it comes to single core performance. So this is going to be quite exciting just to try it out, play a few games. We'll see how it goes. So even though OpenEmu is actually quite old now, I do still recommend it for um for your first emulation system, because basically it's very easy and the most user-friendly Mac emulation front end, and it handles most of these systems quite well. Like all of the retro systems are just drag and drop, does all your metadata, game covers, etc. All of that is like really straightforward. So if you want to get your foot into retro game emulation, like OpenEmu is the place to start. The big issue with it is that for anything kind of higher end, for example, PlayStation 1, it doesn't really support proper scaling properly. And yeah, it's a good start anyway. So let's the thing is that hasn't actually been hasn't actually been updated for a really long time. So the version that you get now, if you go to download, right, it did get a bit of an update, um, a very minor update, relatively recently, to end of 2023. So it still runs as an internal application running through Rosetta 2. Doesn't make a big difference for these older titles, but it's still not as good as it could be. I mean, a lot of people are waiting for like a native version with like a more updated cores, etc. But something that's not going to happen anytime soon. So I still have this one installed from when I last did game testing on the Mac. So this is actually my same save from, not save, like my same Mac profile, which I time machined over from my M4 MacBook Air the last time I made this series of videos. So a lot of the stuff is already installed. So I've got my PS1 games, I've got PSP games here. Let me see, SNES, got Mega Man X. So I'll do a bit of experimentation and see, what we can get on. And I might do some other games because it gets a bit boring doing the same games over and over again. So let's see what we've got. So if I find my completely legit emulation folder, let's have a look at what we've got here. But before I launch into this, let's have a look at the chat. So, hey, Andrew, says Snoopy Dog, cool username. Just got Expedition 33. Can't wait to try it on my Mac with crossover preview. Do you happen to know how well it will run on M3 Pro chip? It will run well enough. Yes, it's pretty good. I've played a lot of Expedition 33 on the Mac. Make sure the good news is that you have an M3 generation Pro chip. M1 and M2 might have issues running the game due to lack of certain GPU features. So it will be good at 1080p. You'll get 30, 50 FPS, something like that. Medium graphics setting. Try the Metal Gear Solid 3DS edition. Okay, maybe. Metal Gear Solid 3DS. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 3. We can run the new Windows version through crossover. So that does work. I know that. The new remake of Snake Eater. I experienced nice performance boost on the official GPTK 3.0 release while playing DirectX 12 games. Okay. Oh, that's good news. I haven't tried the new release of Game Porting Toolkit 3.0 yet, so that might be something fun to do over Christmas break. It's not that playable, but it seems to be RAM problem, so runs good in some moments and huge lag occurs. I've got better than beta 3.0. Okay. So you're saying that even on the 8 GB model, which is the base M1, you're able to get decent performance out of Red Dead Redemption 2, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, that's interesting. I might dig up my M1 MacBook Air over this Christmas period and have a go, maybe in January. I'm not sure yet. Okay, which Mac and which chip? So today we are testing out the M5. Oh my god, my head's gone all. I just had a nap. Look at my hair. Yeah. I'm doing the M5 chip today, so we're just going to do some basics today. Let's try to cover a few of these like retro games. What have I got down? What have I got like downloaded? What have I got? GBA, Game Boy Advance. What I love about OpenEMU is that it follows all of the standard, like I think that's what we call it Swift UI, the Mac interface of stuff. You know what? You know what? There's like a big what was that big ROM, Pokemon ROM emulation? There was like a really big release a few months ago, like of a ROM hack that was released in a couple of months ago. I remember seeing a lot about it. The Pokemon Odyssey. I think I might download that. Pokemon Odyssey. Maybe let's try that. Came out. What's a good ROM hack? Best Pokemon ROM. Is it Pokemon Odyssey? Yeah, let's look at Pokemon. Does anyone like? I'm bored of picturing all of the same Pokemon games. Pokemon Odyssey, is that like a big deal? Pokemon Odyssey, that's cool. I'll just download that and then we'll load this up instead. Because I don't want to do file write again. I'm just going to find a copy and then I'll find it. Continue here. Okay, so just going to download this, put it in my folder. Just bear with me for a few minutes while I just sort this out. Has to be applied to a Pokemon Fire Red GBA. Okay. I have to patch it. That's interesting because a lot of these fan games, right? They obviously they make use of original ROM. So you need to legally obtain your own ROM, like derived from your own Fire Red cartridge. And then we need to use an online patcher. So I'm just gonna do this in the background. Let me load up regular Fire Red first and see how this goes. So I've got my Xbox Series controller here. And what's cool, what I like about OpenEMU is just the interface is just fantastic. So let's find our GBA. Is my controller not detected? I didn't mean to pair it properly. And this one's run out of battery. Let me get my Bluetooth up. Okay, Bluetooth, Xbox Series controller activated. And I can go to controls. I can select my Xbox Series controller. Now, I mean, there's not, for me, right, these days, there's not as much point in getting these games to work on a Mac because GBA, Game Boy Advance, is like so easy for the phone to do. And I'm sure like most of you guys have got phones, iPhones, right? And so even now that Apple have allowed emulation on the Mac, sorry, on the iPhone on the App Store, it seems like almost pointless to do this on the big screen because like, do you really want to play this on the big screen? Am I streaming on a treadmill? Yes, I'm got my walking pad up and I'm going at 2 kilometers an hour, so very slowly. I'll speed up a bit once I get this up and running. OpenEMU is great, but no new features in more than a decade. Yeah, I mean, what new features do you really need? If you're looking at like SNES or below, what else do you actually need? As long as it can download metadata and then we have access to things like shaders, then I don't see a real problem. We want to scale it by 6. It's clearly because Apple removed 32-bit support a few years ago, but man, these games are so undermining. There has to be a way to bring 32-bit support to ARM64. I mean, I've seen lots of games like The Witcher 1 and 2. They have some kind of like 32-bit wrapper that works under 64-bit. So I'm not sure what the solution is. And also, you can play the Windows version of 32-bit games on through Parallels or something like that. That works pretty well. My ultimate dream is to have a Mac that can entirely replace my PC games and all, obviously. I don't think that's really going to happen anytime soon. The Mac is, for me, the Mac is always going to be a work computer. It's never going to be an everything computer because there's just isn't enough support for absolutely everything. So it's just kind of sad that I think we're kind of limited. So are we thinking Valve's translator software for games can work for Mac as well? Well, it already does work. I mean, the Valve's Proton exists in the form of Crossover already. Same company, similar tech, game porting toolkit, etc. It's all very similar. I have to go out of the parent first. Classic Pokemon fashion. We'll be coming back to Pokemon later, I think, as well, because we're going to try to get Ryubing and the Switch version of Pokemon to work too. Parallels is good for 32-bit games, but when you really try games that are more intensive, like GTA 5 and stuff, that runs like 30 FPS, and don't get me started on bad optimization of CS2, yeah. You want to be running like Grand Theft Auto 4, that works much better on Parallels than it does on Crossover, so that's going to be a better option for that game. Yeah, you don't want to run any of these intense. I mean, the Crossover has a big advantage compared to Parallels in a lot of ways. Okay. Let's choose. Yeah, let's go Squirtle. I've never got Squirtle before. What do you think about the max compatibility of M5 compared to PC? Just give a game example. I mean, the problem with Max is that we don't have support for any kind of competitive game. So you want to play like Apex Legends or Fortnite or Ark Raiders or anything, right? Okay. Then you're going to be out of luck. So also, if they don't work on the Steam Deck, they're never going to work on Mac either. Solution which crossover could bring, I don't think it'll happen, but they're going to completely remove 32-bit support and crossover 26-27. I mean, the 32-bit games aren't very good anyway for crossover. So even if they remove it, I'm not going to say no good. Yeah, don't try to add links into the YouTube chat. It's not going to work because it'll just get. If you want to send me a message, just find me on Discord, and then you can just PM me there. I might see it, I might not. FF14. So that's not an emulation game. So today I'm just going to do emulation games because I'm going to do a big roundup with basically all of the big emulators on the Mac. My step count goal is like 10k steps, 15k steps. I haven't been outside the house for like a while now. So I barely gone outside yesterday. And then if I don't go on a treadmill, I'm going to like deteriorate. And I get so fat because I've been snacking quite a lot. Welcome to the stream. Chris Max M4 Max. Who got an M4 Max machine? That's pretty good. Curious to know how Elden Ring Night Run runs on crossover the M5. My M4 Max one's at 1080p low settings. I think I did cover like Elden Ring in one of my M5 videos from the past, so maybe you should check that one out. Because I think Night Rain is similar to Elden Ring, right, in terms of performance. Have you had any issues with OpenEMU? I used it for months, but recently it crashes continuously. I personally haven't had issues with it. So what I like about it is that we have... I just love the save states, you know? It's just a mouse-driven interface is just lovely, you know? And having to be able to do all this stuff in an easy way, because RetroArch is such a pain in the ass, right? Okay, while I'm doing this, I'm gonna try to roll out Pokemon Odyssey, okay? So I'm just gonna find the patcher for it. So just I'm just doing this on my other computer. I need to find GBA, So it's quite interesting because they have like this patching service that you need to use in order to patch the original ROM that you've obviously obtained from your own legal copy of your own real cart of Pokemon Fire Red. So just ignore me. I'm just on my streaming computer trying to find these files. So talk amongst ourselves. Yeah, so please play Hogwarts Legacy on the MacBook Pro M5. I'm not doing Windows game testing today. Not right now, okay? Because I'm gonna try to get as much stuff done as possible when it comes to emulation, because I'm gonna put together my emulation video before Christmas, and I really want to do that ASAP. Okay, so I need to go to Macro Bledo Online Patcher, and then drag in. This is an interesting way of doing things. Because, you know, if they're making use of like original files, then it's kind of tricky. Oh, I need a very specific version of Pokemon Fire Red. Okay. I'm gonna download that from my legit version. Oh, from my legit Game Boy Advance, of course. All of this stuff is above board. Okay, I'm gonna patch this bad boy. And I'm going to patch this using this. Patch. Okay, I'm just going to drag this into my folder. Wait a sec. Okay, emulation, Game Boy Advance. Okay, so I've got my Pokemon. Okay, so let's quit this out. And then I'm going to drag and drop my Pokemon Odyssey into here. So I've got my patched version of Pokemon Odyssey. So this is like a ROM hack. So this is like where a lot of the, I guess, innovative Pokemon stuff happens. Okay, Josh Keeps, you don't have to shout in this chat. You want me to look at Metroid Prime 3? Maybe I'll do that. Might do that. I'll be more convinced if I got a super chat for it. But we'll cover that later in the day. Hi, as is for art, my foot is better. Gout attack, gout flare up over. That's good news. Okay, so options. What is this platform using for emulation, please? It's called OpenEmu. So if you've ever used it before, OpenEmu, it's an oldie, but it checks out. It's good. MGBA. It's an option for PS4 emulation. Yes, we'll be doing PS4 emulation later today using shared PS4 and running Bloodborne and any other PlayStation 4 games that we can get our hands on. Anti-cheat is a problem crossover since most games use kernel anti-cheat and stuff like that, and parallels are too limited. Yeah. Although you can run some anti-cheat battle art games using the latest Canary version of parallels. Normal picnic mode. Although very specifically though, can you show us a fix for the Joy-Cons motion control? I've been trying to play Metroid Prime 3, but the upper and left and right motions are inverted. You should be able to invert them using the control scheme. I mean, maybe I'll look at that later. Dig up my Joy-Cons. I would like to see the Switch 2 Joy-Cons working too, and also the Switch 2 Pro Controller. That would be cool, but we don't have an update for that yet, I don't think. Because I do own a Switch 2 now. Being native macOS, anti-cheats could be a solution, but I don't think it's possible due to Apple OS restriction. Anti-cheats can work, like Easy Anti-Cheat, there's like a Mac build for it. I think Rust uses it or something. So it's possible, it's just do developers want to maintain another anti-cheat system on another platform? Okay, so this is like a ROM hack. It's quite interesting. It's got character portraits, so that's new for the character. It's got a Nintendo Switch here, which did not come out at the same time as the Game Boy Advance. Let's full screen this. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming today. Yeah, so this is Pokemon Odyssey. It looks quite... Do I have any Pokemon? Oh, I do have 2. That's weird. I've got 2 electric types. Can I get in a fight here? Can you test out the Mac gaming streaming with YouTube or with a camera attached? What do you mean gaming with streaming? I always do like, I guess, local gaming is what I'm mostly interested in. Does game mode do anything? Well, technically, it's supposed to. What it's supposed to do is to like basically prioritize the game rather than any kind of background tasks. Okay, this is like a new area. People love making one packs, don't they? Okay, so that's Game Boy Advance, easy peasy. Let's look at some other systems now. Okay, so what's cool is that we have this mouse-driven interface. You can just quit, and then let's look at something older. So we've got Super Nintendo. Let's see what things I've got prepared already. Maybe I've done something new. No one ever got in trouble for doing Super Mario All-Stars, right? Would the Mac M5 Mini be affected by RAM pricing? Well, Apple's already gouged us with the RAM pricing for Macs anyway, so. Let's find SNES. Good. Why have I got two of these open? Yeah, so we've got CRT shader on here already. CRT. Let's do like, yeah, let's keep with the CRT shader on because I think it looks really good on screen. That looks good. If anything, Apple's pricing for memory now is probably we're getting close to like the stage at which it's roughly accurate. I thought All Stars also contained Super Mario World. Okay. There's a typo in the video description. What does it say? 16 GPU cores. Okay. Whoops! I must have made a typo in my thing because I've only got 10 GPU cores in this bad boy. Let's edit the description because I must have made a mistake. And then fix that. 10 GPU cores. 10 GPU cores. Okay, fix that. Fixed it. Okay, good. Okay. RAM pricing is insane. Seems that Apple was ahead of the curve as always. You know, first one to implement to get rid of the disk drive and then the CD drive, and then now they're also the first to get the RAM pricing correct in this day and age. I think the shaders look really good because we've got a shader here, and then we can change it to this CRT, and then there's Pixelate, which is like more kind of pure, I guess. Yeah, it's very inefficient. Without at least 48 gigabytes RAM, you can't get decent performance. Yeah, maybe next time. I think they won't introduce the M5 Ultra. It's possible that they'll skip it out this year. Ow. Whoops. So I think shaders add a lot to the way that the game looks, because like if you look at it on camera, right, it looks like a it almost looks like it's it almost looks like you're playing it on an old school TV. I mean, because like a lot of these graphics shouldn't look like that. You're about to build a PC. I've already built PCs. I've already got my main editing gaming PC. I put my old one. I gave my old one to my son. Basically, it's still a really good computer with is it 4700X? Is it? And then an RTX 4070. So it's a powerful machine. Playing Shogun Total War on it. Total War Shogun 2 on it. And I have my living room PC, which is like an i9, like a high-end i9 14900K with an RTX run Bazai on it. So I've kind of gone a bit nuts. I've built all the PCs that I need for now anyway. Okay, so that's SNES. What other systems, what other games could we try? What other classics are there? I've only done it. I've only got a few. Maybe Secret of Mana, Men of Man. Maybe old NES games. Yeah, have a look at the old NES. Nintendo. Yeah, I've covered this one before. What's a really good NES game? Something else. 4070 is crazy. I mean, that is my spare PC, basically. I've got, basically in my house, I've got 3 gaming PCs, and a whole bunch of Macs and everything. My wife's got a laptop with, it's like a G14 with a 4060, like the mobile chip inside it. Yeah, I'll try Breath of the Wild later. Let me find something that's a bit more interesting. Like Famicom NES ROMs. Let me see. I could try the original Metroid. I've never played that before. Can't believe these games are like 57 kilobytes. I mean, it's nuts that I used to be able to fit a game, which is not even the size of a GIF these days. Let's try this one out. I've never played the original Metroid before. Bomberman is nice. Start. Need to configure. We'll try NES. Yeah, that should be correct. Do you think Apple will commission a Mac port of Expedition 33 after its historic magnets? I hope so, because it runs really well on Mac already. Oh, this is so janky. Is this really what the original Metroid looks like? Is my gun really only meant to shoot that far? I think Apple are trying to like get their hands on as many Mac ports of games as possible. I think having Expedition 33 would be like a big win. if Apple board members changed, in theory, you could play games easily. So, yeah. How do I shoot these guys? I can't seem to duck. There's no ducking in this game. How do you go under? Isn't it like a roll into a ball mechanic? Okay, well, that's NES. Okay, what else the systems can we do? Disk-based games require like BIOSes and stuff. Ooh, Mega Drive. Can we Mega Drive or Genesis? Do we have any Mega Drive games? Is OpenEMU dead? I've been hoping for an update. Last update was in 2020, end of 2023. So it's been 2 years since this last minor update. So it's kind of, it's kind of dead, but I don't think it's still usable. Should be PS2. Let's get my Street Fighter. Let's do some Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo, no, PlayStation 1. Are there any difference between reubing and reusing? Yes, there are quite a lot of differences between those two things. So we only have 2 times scale, and then let's turn off the HUD because that's a metal HUD is a bit distracting. Ugh, tap that in wrong. Okay, it's just. Okay, let's do. So we only have scale. Let's do 4 times scaling, and then we'll do pixelate. I wish Apple buy Valve. I don't think Valve is for sale. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I'm not sure Apple are the best people to manage a gaming service anyway. Yeah, so I'll be testing out reubing a bit later. Apple don't need to buy Valve. Why not make a translation layer approach and add Vulkan? They're good. Exactly. This is what I've been saying. If you look at my videos from the past, then I've got lots of them. Or about this very issue. They're not that interested in AAA gaming, I'm afraid. Let me just configure our settings because we have scaling. We'll just fill the screen. I think that's roughly 4 times scaling. And then we'll just do standard. What's going on with emulator? So that's meant to be the new Switch emulator, right? I have no idea. Skills. Yeah. One day a board member will stand up and say we need to take gaming seriously, and then they'll do it for a year and then they'll quit after a while. This is the Apple way. None of these projects last long enough to be able to really justify. Okay, so we've got what are the good PlayStation 1 games are? I've done too many times now. What's good? What were the best PS1 games? Let's do some Final Fantasy Tactics or something. But you can play the new version on crossover. MGS. Oh yeah, Metal Gear. Although the thing about Metal Gear is that I do like the Twin Snakes version. I think the cutscenes in that are crazy. The GameCube build of uh of that game is like people hate it, but I think it's amazing. I was obsessed with the cutscenes that they redid with a crazy action and everything back in the day. Okay, let me just get this. It's waiting for my completely legit ROMs to extract. Okay, I'm going to try Final Fantasy Tactics and then Metal Gear Solid. Reaping down this seems to be broken today. Okay. Is Intel also switching to ARM? I heard that this is true. I doubt that because they have to pay ARM licensing fees too. And they've got their own x86 platform, which is not abandoning anytime soon. I'm just going to emulation folders up and running. Okay, we'll do Final Fantasy Tactics first. Can I not? Yeah, I can just drag and drop. Beautiful. I tried downloading Max Citron emulator, but I couldn't figure out how to run it. Citron is not the one you want to use. It's Azahar for 3DS. Good morning from a snowy US city. Just bought crossover. Good morning, America. Well, thank you for coming today to the stream. So I recently actually completely completed this game on on Switch. Actually, I found it okay. I mean, it's a good, decent game, but it's broken in so many ways in terms of balance. I know it's not a game a lot of people go for PS3 emulation because it's a sports game, but NCAA 14 is notorious for how difficult it is to run, often leaving many assets black. So, it's a PS3 game. Might have a look at that later. Yeah, very curious if the Empire can run it. If you do super chat, then I'll definitely do it, but probably don't do. Is it what does NCAA stand for? Is that like a racing game? Is it NASCAR? I don't tend to do many racing games. I played Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2 for the first time recently. They held it really nicely. Good. Did you? What controller did you use for it? I'm not used to this without the voice acting now. Now that I've played it with voice acting. Mind you, I might do some Mario Galaxy today. Might dig up the Switch controllers and try to get motion controls working properly. Because I haven't done it since Macross Ventura, I don't think. Hey, Andrew, just got Easy Delivery Company on Positive Steam. Pretty fun little game. Thank you for joining the stream, Docky. Cool. Easy Delivery Co. Is that a new game? I haven't tried it. I'm not really that up to speed with brand new games. So what I'm going to do is, I've done this like several times now, but we're going to run this game through DuckStation. And it's just going to show you that these transitions could be like a lot smoother. Also, I think the PlayStation 1 will have a widescreen hack applied to it. NCAA is football. Oh, National College American Association, something like that. Yeah, so I'm not sure with Final Fantasy Tactics, right? Do you want to play the original PS1 version, or do you want to play the PSP version of War of the Lions, or the remaster, which came out recently with all full voice acting and everything? But it's interesting now that I've played the remaster. That's the one that I've played through. I've never played the other ones all the way through. It's just very interesting seeing the original, how faithful, I guess, the original one was. It's definitely a lot slower paced than the new one is. A lot of the animations are faster. Okay, so that's that. So okay, next up, OpenEMU is done. We've tested out several systems from there, but there are limitations to that. The real deal here is to use something called DuckStation, which I think I have installed, I hope. Yeah. And let's update. Is M5 by far better than M4? I would say yes. Don't buy an M4 Mac now. An M5 is substantially faster than an M4 base. But if you and wait another month if you want to buy an M5 Pro, M5 Max, because those are coming soon. Those are coming very soon. So don't waste your money. You like PCSX2? Yeah, that's we'll be testing out PCSX2 as well. We'll do that next. For me, a retro emulation really means SNES, SNES, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. Those are all the games that I never got to finish. Okay, so let's see what settings we have. So we normally run this at 4K internal. Let me turn my metal HUD back on again. Let's just quit. Let's run some DuckStation. Okay, so the settings we have are emulation graphics. So running at 9 times internal resolution, which is way higher than what the options that OpenMU give us. We also have this really cool feature called PGXP geometry correction, which reduces wobbly polygons. We're also going to have, we're going to do, let me see, rendering. Widescreen rendering, so we're going to skip, I think it will have some fixes, right? Let's try this again. Final Fantasy Tactics. Running at 4K. Even though this is only at 1080p, internally it's going to run at 4K resolution in full widescreen. I just picked up a Mac Pro M3 Pro for $900 US. That is a good price. That is a good price for an M3 Pro, so you should be very happy with that. For most people, like the M3 Pro is like overkill for most people's usage. And it's good at playing games too. I have an M3 Max, which I'm still very happy with. And I didn't need an M3 Max. I just wanted to, I just thought I would upgrade while I had a good deal when I was, a good tax-free deal while I was in Taiwan. We'll just run this again because I just want to show like the widescreen, the built-in widescreen hacks. So it's a mint condition M3 Pro, so you should be really happy with that. Hope you try some really good games. So, Expedition 33 is definitely one of the best games I've ever played, and I really enjoyed playing this on the Mac. Let me just check something here because we should have that PXGP geometry correction. It's kind of like forced widescreen aspect ratio in here, but it hasn't actually like, it hasn't used a proper hack for it. Let's see, game native. Game native, it wants to do that. Will they work anytime soon? There's no news on Forza 4 or 5, mostly because of like the Microsoft DRM, so I'm not sure it's going to work. If only I could play Expedition 33 again for the first time without any kind of memory of it, I would love that. Let's see if I'm trying to get Metal Gear Solid 1 going as well. Expedition 33, also hoping to play Halo MCC with crossover. I don't know once I'll try that today, then play native Cyberpunk. I tried Red Faction. I've never gotten Red Faction to work on a Mac. I've forgotten if I tried it or not. I bought Resident Evil Village on Steam yesterday, but I haven't done it on crossover. Does it run well? Yeah, you don't want to play that. You can play it on crossover, but the native version is going to run better. It'll be on sale. I think it's on. It goes on sale frequently, 6 or 7 times a year. Buy the native Mac version. Because the Mac App Store version and the Steam versions are different. So it might be worth double dipping just to get. If you want to report findings, you can do it on the Discord or on the Apple Gaming Wiki website. Red Faction is like an older 32-bit game, like DirectX 9, I think. So it tends to not work that well on Mac. I'm watching you from my new MacBook Pro M4 Pro 16-inch with 48GB of RAM and 512 SSD. Well, nice. M4 Pro is a good machine. An idea when Apple will introduce esports games on Mac. It's really up to the way that Apple attracts developers onto the platform, and I don't think that's really happening anytime soon. Okay, so this is Final Fantasy Tactics. Let's get, let me see, anything else I can get going. Okay, let's drag and drops. Let me see, refresh. Can I refresh this? I got this couplers. Yesterday evening, my time, the Apple developer YouTube channel did a release video about game porting to macOS. It was cool to see an official video promoting the port. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. Because if it runs AAA or AA on native res on 60 FPS, it can run as a high refresh rate. So have, well, okay. Can you recommend which emulator I use for Nintendo 3DS? So you want to use Azaha, which I'll be doing later in the video. So I'm going to try working up the generations. So we're going to do PCSX2 next, and maybe we'll do Azaha for 3DS. I'm debating whether I should buy crossover preview or not. I don't know what's the difference between normal and the preview version. The preview version basically contains the latest fixes. If you want to play games, Windows games released in the last 6 months, then a lot of them will work better on crossover preview, and they only work on crossover preview. And it's going to get rolled into the next release of crossover 26, which will be next year.
Colonel.
Well, let's check the graphic settings. How upscale are we going? Native 4K. Yes, it'll run on an M2 MacBook Air. I mean, a lot of 3DS games they work on iPhones now, so I don't think it's like a big deal anymore. Can I force this? Does it have a good widescreen hack for this? Yeah, it's got a good widescreen hack. See the guy.
Snake, there's an elevator.
How do you call the elevator?
Snake, don't forget this is a covert operation.
How do you get into the elevator? I'm playing this game for. This brings me back a lot of memories. Like, I remember playing this back in the day. Let's check this guy out. Just check them out. No, they didn't have leftover bodies or anything. Are you upscaling to 4K? So this is 9 times resolution. So this is a very high res. Upper lift. Choke this. Everything's fine. Just a couple of dead guys. I just remember these stealth games being so janky. I remember just choking these guys out with the square button. Hello? You know what will be fun is I play the Twin Snakes version on GameCube a bit later. I have the GameCube version. I have fond memories. Let's find it. Twin Snakes. God, I can't believe these games are so small. So that game is like 2.7 gigabytes. How much RAM have you got? Ideally, you want over 16. You want 16 gigabytes as the absolute minimum for kind of Windows game translation layers. Ideally. Skip, skip, skip. Behind D.
Behind D. Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
I have no idea, but it looks like our little diversion got their attention. Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed.
Okay, skipping this cutscene. See if we can walk around the snow area.
There are only 18 hours left until...
Melee. Skip, 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 skip.
The bright dot in the middle is you, Snake. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision.
Be careful, Snake. The genome soldiers have highly developed senses.
They do not have highly developed senses of sight and hearing, I'm afraid. They can barely see more than 10 meters in front of them.
I want you...
Snake, your radar isn't affected by the weather, but
Why do developers create macOS ports for their games? Is it because of the cost, or is it because of the time consumption, or is there any other reason? The cost is mostly a business decision based on the costs and how much money they will recoup back from the actual port. Because people, Mac users tend to be like we're talking like 1%, 1 to 2% of actual gamers use a Mac to play games. So if you're going to spend, a lot of money and time supporting a game, it's probably easier just to do it on limited number of platforms. That's why it happens. No, I got spotted. Oh, how do I get out of this? I got stuck in the menu. Okay, so that's Metal Gear Solid. Let's see what other DuckStation games we've got. Let's play some Tekken 3. It's always a favorite. ARM is the future. Since Windows can run on ARM chips, I believe that devs will learn to switch to ARM. I mean, Valve are definitely betting on ARM. This. There's Tekken 3, of course. Obviously never designed to run on widescreen, because we don't really have widescreen TVs back in the late 90s. Oh, come on, throw. My brother used to play gaming with me up when he did the throw combos. I'm a big supporter of gaming on Mac, but I tried to go to GeForce Ultimate. It's hard to go back. Yeah, cloud streaming is in many ways much easier than trying to get games working through Mac and Windows translation layers. Even easier just to get a gaming PC. Am I this bad at Tekken that I can't even beat a stage 3 king anymore? God.
Round 2, fight.
I'm big yeah. Default, I mean, cloud streaming is going to be a lot easier than having to faff around with stuff. I mean, game consoles are even easier. But think about how much like subscriptions cost. You're getting a service, but in order to play any game, you need to have very decent internet. Firstly, the games have to be supported on GeForce now, which a lot of games are not. sometimes default goes down. I almost slipped on my treadmill. Okay, so that is PlayStation 1. DuckStation. So dedicated emulators often work a lot better than these kind of like front ends like Retro Arch and stuff like that. Let's see if PCSX2 hasn't had an update, because I haven't looked at this since April, I think. Yeah. Well, they've done a lot of work on this. We don't have a native ARM installer yet, but we do have very good support for things like the metal renderer. And there's a lot of fixes that have been applied. You know, people still working on this a lot. Plenty of updates. Okay, so we've got a bunch of games here. You can tell that this console is my favorite emulation console, I guess. What should we try? Obviously, we have to try Shadow of the Colossus. Check our graphic settings. Restore defaults. Yeah, let's restore defaults. Let's do void screen rendering at. Let's render 3 times native. It wants the thing to be blending accuracy basic. No, just do basic, it's fine. So in the game, you can change the settings so that we have proper aspect ratio. Aggressive scan should be turned on. I tried Xbox Cloud, which recently launched in India, and I really like playing console games on Mac. If you've got good performance through cloud streaming, then go for it. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, solid 60 at 4K resolution. Sorry, not 4K, 1080p. So let's where's my horsey? So it's saying we're running at 4K, but we're actually running at 3 times internal resolution. This is actually working better than what did on the base M4 done. So let's pump it up a bit to, can we go 4K, 6 times native? Yeah, 4K at 60 solid. Don't really much. Can you? Because with the base M4 Mac, right? Sometimes it would go into. Yeah, sometimes it would go to 30, but like the VPS speed would hit 30. But this is actually really very good. Shadow of the Colossus at 4K. Which you kind of expect these days, I think. It's an old system, and the renderer... let's check the renderer. I think it's using a metal renderer rather than DXVK. But rather than Molten VK, I think. It doesn't say which renderer it's using, but I think it's using metal. Over here. Do you think Where Winds Meet will come to Mac? It's supposed to come as a native Mac version soon. Or like the game, it's free to play, only cosmetics is gutshot. Still a wonderful game, this. Okay. Let's get through this. Let's go to the first Colossus. We'll see. We'll do this bit again. That's dozens of times now. So this is like a little mini tutorial based on how to do the platforming sections in this game. This R1 button is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this game. There's a lot of pressing R1. I'm not really into gacha games that much, so I'm very impressed with like what Where Winds Meet what that represents. But as a gamer, I don't really care that much. It just seems like the slop of like open world games, like Ubisoft game or something like that, but with way too much like crap in it. Well, maybe I should play it more. I'm a bit too harsh to judge that. But yeah, there should be a Mac version. On the Mac platform, there needs to be way more live service games. So Genshin Impact, Where Winds Meet, Wuthering Waves, stuff like that. It needs to be way more of it, and there isn't enough. And undeniably, it's a popular game. So solid 60 at 4K. Let me just check this rendering resolution is. Did I make it set to 4K? Yeah, it's 4K native. Carry this first boss. Well, you're walking while doing live stream, that's awesome and super healthy, yeah. Honestly, if I didn't walk today, I wouldn't get any exercise done at all because On some days I barely leave the house. And when I sit down to live stream it like murders my back. Ah, fell off. Climb up this guy's back. Such an epic fight. I remember playing this on the original PlayStation 2 back in the day. Fell off. Okay, but anyway, that's my demonstration of Shadow of the Colossus. 4K upscale. Pretty good. Let's see what other PCSX2 games we can try. As the classics like God of War 2, boring. Let's do Call of Duty. I don't think I've ever actually played this game. Okay, I'm just gonna take a mini break. I'm just gonna toilet. Okay, let's continue. I don't think I've ever played this version of Call of Duty before. I'm curious to try like what some of these console
June 4th, 1940. Nazi forces enter Paris.
There's an update about Battlefield multiplayer playability. Some guy released a video playing multiplayer. Yeah, I think you have to bypass the anti-cheat, which I don't advise that you do, just because you might get banned.
Nazis enforcing a curfew on its few remaining native inhabitants. The former City of Light waits for the Allies to arrive and lift the shadow that has fallen over Paris. However, the heroism of
I might just try the classic God of War 2, to be honest. I think that's probably what people want to see.
beyond the beaches of Normandy.
Let's capture 30. Can we get to 60? Because I remember when first-person shooters were coming out, and I was playing a lot of these kind of games on PC. The multiplayer was really good.
see you do better.
Okay,
Huxley.
good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream.
Hey,
Thank you.
What's your name? Nichols, right? Come get your gun. I got $5 says you can't hit 4 in a row. There you go. What's up with this 4 helmets in a row, you win $5.
4 helmets in a row. Okay.
So you hit one.
Clink.
What do you want? A promotion?
Clink.
Right on the button.
Clink.
Did you see that? Hey, Nichols, keep watch for me. I'm gonna bag me a few of these. Oh, nice. There's smoke grenades in here, too.
Pick up the grenade.
See if you can get one in that old barn there. You wanna try cooking one off?
Physics.
You're supposed to throw the grenade, not the pin. You're supposed to throw the grenade, not the pin. You're supposed to throw the grenade, not the pin.
I bought M5 for my work. I only got one game installed on it, which is Inzoi. Okay, do you like Inzoi? I found it doesn't really perform that well on the base M5.
What's up with this guy? You got a good arm, Nichols. Come on,
Smoke
Nichols.
grenade.
Let's see you use a smoke grenade. Nice one, Nichols. Damn, Dixon's looking right at us. All right, Nichols. You're all ready for Jerry. Hey, Dix. This one's a born natural.
Well, that sure showed him.
Okay, done that one.
There's Nazis wearing helmets too. What do you say we go find them? Gather up weapons and ammo and get on that truck. Move!
I'll just do now. Get Thompson submachine gun from the supply crate.
Guys, there's Nazis wearing helmets too. What do you
Like-
say we go find them? Gather up weapons and ammo and get on that truck. Move!
Supply crate.
Nichols, grab a Thompson from that crate in the supply tent. You're gonna need it where we're going. You may have to bash the crate open with your rifle. The supply sergeant likes to nail everything shut. All right, everyone on the truck, let's go.
Okay, let's get in the truck. I remember playing Call of Duty on the PC back in the day and had a lot of fun with the multiplayer. Fine. Also, Medal of Honor Ally, Medal of Honor, yeah. The D-Day landings and stuff, that was good.
You'll all probably end up dead anyway.
Well, that was sure inspiring.
You want inspiration, Huxley? Read a poem. Sarge is 10 times the soldier you'll ever be. Okay, listen up. Today, we're on a secret mission to get coffee and donuts. Problem is, the Germans drank
You miss
all
this
the
game so
coffee
much.
and ate all
That's the whole
donuts.
point of emulation, to recapture
Now,
your childhood.
we gotta go kick their asses.
Back in the day, PlayStation 2 was a better game, was a better time in gaming in a lot of ways.
We're coming in from the west flank. And guys, remember rule number 1.
When I was in the late 90s, I always played on PC rather than console. Console was reserved for games like Shadow of the Colossus and Eco and stuff like that.
The Germans
like this for weeks.
Hey, wait up! You got
Tell
it!
him to slow down!
Almost there! Come on! Come on, you can make
Come
it!
on, guys, this isn't funny!
Oh, that's a lot of judder. Like, I remember back in the day, these cutscenes would be like, "Oh, this is such a cinematic, like, cool experience." But firstly, nothing compared to the PC. But then also, it just looks kind of boring because it's also linear.
I see y'all wanted back in Martinville.
All right, you're with us. Medic!
I'll stay with Santorez.
No, you're with me now. End of discussion, Private. Fix it. Take Huxley and backstop our armor. The rest of you, including you,
I could take a really long time to get into this action.
move up.
Whoops, I just threw a grenade at myself. That pling of the M1 Garand. Apparently they still use M1s and for training and stuff. I was talking to E-Man, he was saying that. They still... You can also play SWAT 3 and Brothers in Arms, yeah. Okay, good. So that is Call of Duty 3. Let's save the state before I think I really fix that. And we'll do like a classic one, like let's go God of War 2 is classic. The original COD single player was the best, yeah.
By defeating Ares, Kratos, the once mortal warrior, became the new god of war.
4K
However,
resolution.
Kratos soon found himself alone on Olympus, shunned by his fellow gods. But Kratos had no need for the
You can really tell when it goes into like the pre-rendered cutscene because it looks so ugly compared to the in-games now. Because the in-game we're running this at 4K 60 FPS. Okay, got God of War 2. What else have we got here? What Dreamcast games do I have? Maybe I'll do Dreamcast.
Enough, Kratos. With every city you destroy, the wrath of Olympus grows. Soon I will no longer be able to protect you.
I need no protection.
Do not forget that it was I who made you a god, Ghost of Sparta. Do not turn your back on me.
I owe you nothing.
Then you leave me no choice.
Kratos had turned the pain of his memories into hate.
Hello, Alex Sun. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us.
Who had refused
I'm doing
to
good, thank you. Yeah, just want to
of his past deeds. And so he went to
pump out
Odyssey
some content
to give the
for
final blow
emulation on the
to
M5.
the city.
I'm going to try to cover with every generation of Mac that comes out. I mean, I've done it before, the M4 chip for the MacBook Air and also the Mac Mini. Great deals.
You conspire against me!
I hate how you can't skip this cutscene. It's really annoying. Like, do I have like a state from 4? I don't.
Athena! You will suffer for this! Don't let him
It looks so good. Oh God. With the full widescreen and it's locked to 60. It looks so good. This is what emulation is about. It's like getting these old games like working really nicely on new hardware, big screen, using a nice controller like this. And this is what it's all about.
By the gods, he's killed them all. He still has some of the powers of a god. Run!
Run! Ah, God of War 2. I mean, I remember a time when this was like hard to run on computers, and especially on the Mac as well. Back in the day, we were trying to run this. We're running the emulator through crossover. It was kind of the Windows version of the emulator through crossover, and we're not getting performance like this. But their base M5 chip, you know. It's doing very well. It looks so good. Upscale to 4K. I mean, I'm only running this at 1080p really, but this is still such a good game as well. They should already release this onto PC. Get like a really good Windows version, but not necessarily now that we have emulation. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, we're gonna do our thing where we jump up. Okay, looking good. Okay, let's not do the fight sequence next because I'm just gonna be bothered with this. I've done it so many times now. Okay. Okay, so that's PCSX2. What should we do next? Often I skip out a lot of games which I shouldn't do because I should probably cover Dreamcast. Because if I just do like one system. It's kind of a bit boring. So, which is the emulator for Dreamcast these days? Dreamcast emulator Mac. It's a Redream. Still Redream? I think it's still Redream, or is it Flycast? Free option. Could do Flycast, I guess. Flycast, that's good. DCNet, a dedicated VPN service for Dreamcast games that only needs basic internet connection. Dedicated game service already available. Okay, interesting. I've not actually set this one up before, so maybe this will be a new thing for me. Just go to security, and then manually open this file because it doesn't have a proper dev certificate. Game folder. I've not actually used this emulator before. It's trying to render the whole thing in a tiny scale. I think it's running in metal. Okay, that's interesting. Let me just pause because I can barely see the interface. It doesn't want to see my game folder here. So the Apple Dev channel on YouTube popped a number of videos. Okay, I'm not going to use Flycast because I can't see it. I can't see it on my Mac. I'm going to use Redream. It's going to add my emulation folder. Dreamcast. Didn't that work? Game library is currently empty. To be fair, I haven't set this up for a really long time. I haven't played in Dreamcast games for ages. Does it want these files extracted? If I can find an updated version of this. Can't believe these games are only 67 megabytes. Maybe I need a CHD file format, which is, I think, what I might be asking for. Let's open this again because I did. Oh, here we are. Okay, good. So let's see. Okay. Sega.
It's party time. Let's have some fun. All right, let's go make some crazy money. Go ahead and pick a car, Axel.
All right, let's get it on.
Hey, it's time to make some crazy money. Are you ready? Here.
Okay, what setting am I on here? I mean, does it tell me what? Maybe I think I might try Flycast again, okay? Because it seems to have better. It seems to be more up to date anyway. And it's using metal. So we're using the metal backend. It doesn't tell me what resolution I'm running at. So there's texture upscaling. I can't even see this. That's 4K. Okay, so that's running in 4K now. 4K upscaled. So it's using Molten VK.
Hey,
Let's see if we
it's
can get this
party
working.
time. Let's have some fun. All right, let's go make some crazy money. Go ahead and pick Axel.
All right, let's get it on.
Yeah, so we're upscaling now.
Hey, it's time to make some crazy money. Are you ready? Here we go.
Okay, let's turn off any kind of licensed music. Because I could hear, is that the Offspring?
All right,
Like
let's go
the
make some
tiny
crazy
snippet of
money.
soundtrack there, which I don't want to be flagged for.
Go ahead and Axel.
All right, let's get it on.
Hey, it's time to make some crazy money. Are you ready? Here we go.
I'll get you there in no time.
Take me to the cable car.
Okay,
up on the
hang
hill.
on.
Go that way.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Woohoo! Let's go.
Shut up and let's roll.
That was
Who gets a taxi to go down about 200 meters, less than 100
Done
meters?
better.
Taxi.
You better pick someone up or you're gonna run out of time.
Hurry, pick someone up. Better hurry.
How did it go backwards?
You better pick someone up or you're gonna run out of
Hurry,
time.
pick someone up. Better hurry. I'll get you there in no time.
You're stylish. Take me to the yacht harbor.
Okay, here we go.
Crazy taxi.
Go
It's rather like
straight.
Shenmue or
Yeah,
something.
I got
But there's
it.
the Windows version. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was too dangerous. Careful. Go straight.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Not much time left. Don't think we're gonna make it.
Time's running out.
Let's go! Hey,
Just shut up and let's roll. Don't panic.
move it!
Don't
Time's
panic.
up.
I made it.
Time, hey!
All right, it's time to check out how you did today. Now let's take a look.
You can't make that much money as a tactician. I'm sorry, guys.
You need some practice. Go on, get back out there.
It's very optimistic that you're gonna make two taxi fares for that much money. Okay. Let's try. Okay, so that's Dreamcast. Dreamcast done. What else we got? Next level up, PSP. Okay, PSP is probably. Do we have an update for this? Update? Let's see if PSP's PPSSPC is an update. Yeah, we've got an update for this. Let's download the latest version. Settings. Rendering resolution 8 times, which is 4K. It's good. Okay, so I've got a bunch of games here. What should we play? Final Fantasy Tactics, we could do that. Nah, Crisis Core. Let's do that. There's also the updated version which you can run through crossover, the Windows version. So this is 4X, I think. Okay, after PSP, we'll do some 3DS for using a new Azahar because Lime 3DS doesn't really exist. Azahar is the way to go. Let's skip this. I'm just gonna mute the sound so I don't get too much. I don't get copyright striked. It's always very annoying to get, the orchestral Final Fantasy VII music is epic, but I'm not sure it can be repeated on YouTube without donating all of my revenue. Is Crisis Core any good? I don't know because as a spin-off, I found it quite hollow compared to the other games, and I'm still in the middle of playing the remake, the first remake. Oh yeah. You can really tell the pre-rendered cutscenes don't age very well, but this was designed for a handheld. Because Angeal is what it's called. What's this guy called? So after PSP, we'll do some maybe DS and 3DS as a half. Then we'll go up to PlayStation 3, PS4, Wii U, and Switch. I guess those are the ones I need to do today. Come on, let's get past this. I just skipped. Okay. So, is this locked to 30 or 60? Okay, I'll turn on the sound again in a minute once this part's over. Okay. Once that orchestral soundtrack is done. No, I'm just going to turn this way down because I'm pretty sure the battle music is also copyrighted. Turn it right down.
Zach speaking.
Making progress, Zach.
What's going on, Jill?
Bungie's Marathon got a new release date after all the nonsense still hope to release this game. Don't know why I'm still down for the Destiny 3 game. Okay, is that like a new Marathon game? Because you can play the original Marathon as a source port, similar to like how you might play Doom and Doom 2.
Clear a path?
You'll see what I mean. Be careful.
So I can cut loose, right?
Use some discretion.
It's very unrealistic that 3 guys could use machine guns to shoot this guy, and he's not even blocking any shots or anything. New Marathon game, okay.
Here we go! Go, go, go!
Conflict resolved. After you killed everyone, then the conflict's resolved.
Not too bad.
Piece of
Let's try a different game, because this is locked to 60, so...
cake. I'll make
Something else I could run that's... could be pretty good. Let me see. Ghost of Sparta, let's do it. Man, 2010, such a long time ago, it feels like.
Kratos, the ghost of Sparta, had taken his place amongst the Olympians as the god of war. The bloodshed, the relentless battles, had finally brought him here. Ares was dead, and though Olympus beckoned, visions of his mortal
It's gonna
existence
take
still
gonna use the
haunted
toilet,
him.
back.
Kratos knew that this was not a mere vision. For with the gods, nothing was ever as it seemed. The vision of his past set Kratos in search of answers. Answers that lay in the Temple of Poseidon, deep within the city of Atlantis.
This is not a wise course of action, Kratos. It was a dream, nothing more.
The visions still haunt me, Athena. The visions you promised to take away. But this vision, I can change.
Perhaps it is a vision best left unchanged. There is more to this than you know. Please.
Okay, back just in time. Both of these games are still classics. Newer games sometimes have better graphics, but gameplay is better on most older games. Definitely true. Although, it's funny that like a lot of the new developments in gameplay would have really suited old consoles and handhelds, like the roguelike, right? Why, you know, the roguelike. Like I bet a game like Hades could run really well on a PSP, you know, if it was built for that platform. These like infinitely replayable handheld games, right? Rather than trying to like shoehorn these cinematic experiences into every single game. What about these infinitely replayable titles like this? Storyboarding doesn't make sense sometimes for COD. Yeah. This is still an excellent title. I'd like to play it on my retro handheld. I'll play through my retro handheld sometime. So I have a Retro Pocket G2, which is really good. Yes. Okay, PSP is working, 4K 60 pretty much. Excellent emulator. But the fact is that you can play a lot of these games even without JIT on an iPhone now. So these lower end titles, less appealing to play. Obviously, if you want to play on a big screen, that's the way to do it. But there are other games that you can play. Emulation. So we're going to start. Let's go into 3DS now. Okay. So let's try some Azahar. Okay, let's see if there's an update for this. Yes. Starting getting into like high end territory here. An NDS before PSP, that was back in high school, yeah. There's still a lot. 3DSs are really expensive now. Like if you try and buy one, secondhand these days, it's not cheap. You bought an Xbox 360 for Dynasty Warriors 3, okay. Encrypted files are no longer accepted, so we need CCI files. Brave default. Let's try it. Let's find this. It's encrypted. Oh, so what encrypted games? I used to buy the magazines for video games, and I was so much in love with Yuing. I think that's the name. Okay, let me just get this up and running first. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining me. Let's get this up and running. Okay, so controls. We can do the emulation by, let's see. What resolution are we doing this at? Graphics at, that's roughly 4K, right? No, that is 4K. 2160p. And then graphics API multi-VK, blah blah blah, done. Let's change the layout, because this top-down layout is nice. I think side by side. Is that good? Or maybe, what's a good screen layout? Large screen. That's better, isn't it? So remember, this is like a twin stick shooter someone asked me to check out last time. So you can't really do twin stick shooting, so the face buttons have to do the shooting thing. I used to love consuming video game information via magazines. I used to get PC Gamer a lot. Cover discs were great for... Cover discs were great for getting demos and things like that. So it's a little bit of shaded compilation stutter, but it's pretty solid at 60. Let me just see how this goes. Okay. All hostile organisms eliminated. Yes. Okay, so this is the game called Nano Assault. Okay, what the... Let's try... Let's see, I'm downloading something. Okay, I'm just trying to get some other stuff, decrypted stuff. So the new Azahar requires a decrypted file. I'm just trying to find that. I think this might take me a while to get. I might try something else. Yeah, I'll be doing some RPCS3 probably after this, to be honest. We're going to run the Intel version because I found the ARM version doesn't work that well. Last time I tested this game too, so I don't really want to cover this one again. Exactly the same games. This is a 3DS game. I'm preparing 3DS. Let me see if I can get. I don't want to run this one again because I've already covered this one before. Can I just? Well, I've tried renaming these to CCI and they're still encrypted, so I need to find a way to decrypt them. Just trying to find how to do this because I think Asahar's required an decrypted CCI file in order to run the game. So I need to find decrypted. See if I can find one. Wait a sec. Try running something a bit more intensive. Than just plain old, third-party games. I'm gonna try something a bit decent. Just renaming some of these files so that they are CCI files, so that they appear here. Okay, let's see if any of these work. Well, it says Mario Kart 7 is perfect. Let's try that.
Mario Kart.
Okay, let's see how we do emulating some Nintendo games. So this is I think we're on 4K, aren't we? Yeah, we're on 4K resolution. Ooh. I played the new Super Mario Mario Kart World. That's very good. I do like it. And also the new Kirby game too is pretty good. Although my kids didn't really seem to like it that much. I'm trying to play multiplayer then. Okay, so that's Mario. Anything else we can run? I really want to try Brave Default, but it doesn't want to run.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so I promise after this we're going to do some more exciting emulation. RPCS 3 Intel build, we'll run that. Run some Tekken, run some Demon Souls. See how that goes. Hopefully the newer build will work better than the old builds. Mario! Try playing eFootball. Which version of eFootball are we talking about here? Let's go. I feel like there's a bit of compromise with the quality level here, so we should probably just try a tiny bit lower res, right? So let's go like 4 times instead of 9 times, right? I think it looks almost identical. Because I feel like there was a bit of input lag on that running that's at 4K 9 times. So the 4 times, it still looks really good. I mean, I literally can't see a difference. Obviously on this 1080p screen. I'm not going to do BlueStacks Air today. Okay, so that is 3DS emulation on Azahar. So just make sure to use decrypted 3DS. Okay, now to something a bit more exciting. So let's try RPCS 3. Let's do some, let's download the latest Intel build. So I found that the Intel build works slightly better. Have I tried Bloodborne? I'm going to do that next. Yeah, after I do RPCS 3, we're going to run Bloodborne on Shad PS4. Security. So any big requests for our RPCS 3 games, so PlayStation 3 titles? So what I do have. Let's config this. Let's check my pads. The Xbox Series controller. It's fine. I need to configure this guy. So just check the RPCS3 wiki for Demon Souls. Yeah, so that's 640 by 640. It's got the on white color buffers on. Spurs threads. Fonts configuration. Spurs threads is 3. Unlock FPS patch. Is there a patch? How do I do the patches again? I think, did I have the patches enabled already? Well, 60 FPS patch. Pretty sure I did in my last install. I've forgotten how to do it. Well, all right, we need to do Wii, GameCube. Yeah, we need to do Wii next. Wii and GameCube next. After PS3. Well, that's a big metal hard. Why is it so big? It's better. Hello, SM145. Welcome to the stream today. So we just want to run some PS3, and then we're going to do Wii, GameCube, Wii, Wii U, Switch. That's the PS4 as well. Did it just crash? Have you seen the price of used Wii controllers? CEX sold money a year ago, 5 months, regretting that now. Yeah. I guess the lesson is don't sell any of your stuff. Would GPTK work when Apple's removed support in the next macOS version? You mean for Rosetta? Well, they say that they won't do anything. They say that they'll still allow for some Intel applications to continue to work through Rosetta 2.
By channeling the power of souls, brought unprecedented prosperity to his northern kingdom of Boletaria. That is, until the colorless deep fog swept across the land. Boletaria was cut off from the outside world, and those who dared penetrate the deep fog never returned.
Something's gone wrong. Something's gone wrong here. Yeah, I've walked 6 kilometers now. Hi, how come that Intel version of our RPC is better than native? I just found it slightly better for some game compatibility. But if this doesn't work, then I'm just gonna run this again using the native Mac version, the native ARM version instead. That's just been my experience in the past. But that might have changed because I haven't tested this out for several months now. I haven't tested it out since April, so I don't actually know how this is going. I might be wrong because it seems to not be working. There we are. So 1x native resolution, okay. So let's start with that. I think this level's loaded incorrectly. That looks wrong. Okay, this definitely looks wrong because the ground hasn't rent. That's not good. Just see. Okay, let's try that. Let's try the Intel build. Let's try the native one build actually. Might help. Okay, let's see here. Let's download the ARM build. Okay, let's do that one instead. I saw somewhere that Overwatch 2 mysteriously works again on Parallels. I haven't seen that. any evidence of that, I'm afraid. I do not like it, how every time I have to like do this again and again. It's kind of this configuration. Whenever you want to load an unsigned application, you have to go through privacy and security. Before, you could just hold on Control and then click, and then it will just work. So hopefully I don't get this error from the ground, not rendering correctly, but we'll see how we go. Because in the past, this is, I mean, in that compatibility thing, it says that it runs perfectly, but it's playable. But as far as as far as I've seen, it runs perfectly. So I don't know what the deal is there. Wonder how long it takes. This is like, what are PPU modules? Does anyone know what a PPU module is? No idea. Let's have a look at this Mac gaming thread of an Overwatch 2. Okay, someone's saying that they can play the Chinese server. Someone's saying it works on Windows virtual machines. Might try this out, actually. It's about 4 or 5 months old, this post. So it's the first time load crash, and then we'll just load this. That's weird. Might have to you know what I might do is just reinstall, completely do a reinstallation of RPCS 3. So what I'm going to do is just go to the application support, because I've got loads of old stuff here. So I'm just going to rename this. And that basically means I have to redo the all installation again. Missing firmware, so I need to download the firmware. Let's install firmware. Okay, let's SDL, Xbox Series controller save. Then we want to do is then we want to add our games to here. See if we can get what's a good game to test. Oh, guess we'll do Demon Souls because that's what everyone really wants. Then we need to configure this game correctly with the resolutions. White color buffers is what we need. Using Vulkan. And then advanced, we need to have 3 spurs threads. And then we need to probably relaunch this. Hopefully that's going to get us into a playable state. You're going to download the trial again and try out Windows on ARM. Yeah, give it a go. I found the Reddit thread from a while ago. I guess it's a couple of years old. No, a few months old. So Mac Gaming Overwatch 2 VM. So it used to work by VM, then it worked through crossover, and then should probably try this out. I should try this out when I did my Parallels video. Let's try a different game. Hmm. Got a lot of games here I could test. Feels like a good Tekken game. I think we just need to enable white color buffers on here, then that should work pretty good. Just close this and then do it again. I love me a good Tekken Tag Tournament. Well, the games do I have on my list of PS3 games? Azura's Wrath, maybe some Dragon's Crown. That's a game that never really came out on any other platforms. Not particularly impressive because it's mostly a 2D game. Could do Skate 3. Okay, got my Xbox Series controller. I think with RPCS3, there's a lot of development going on. So that build that I was trying to get working, let's see, may have introduced something issues with so this particular build. Maybe it messed something up. It's still experimental, so not necessarily for something that you can expect to work perfectly. Especially as an alpha. Okay, let's get some Tekken working. What other game should I try next? Sonic. Maybe I will try Dragon's Crown because it's quite a fun game to try. Because there's no like Windows port. A lot of these games have Windows ports. What's happened here? It shouldn't be taking that long to do a PP module. It's better. We need to do Wii and GameCube next. Wii and GameCube, then Wii U, and then Switch. Switch will be the interesting thing, I think, that most people care about. I've got a few things I want to try out. I want to try out the Ryubeam build of Ryujinx and also get some of the newer games running, like Pokemon ZA. And yeah, some of those newer titles. Let's see how we're doing here. Do you think neural rendering will replace rasterization? I don't know what those words mean. GPU does enough work on its own. Why don't you explain what you mean by that? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. You know what? I might go back to the Intel build because at least that was working. Like I had weird issues with RPCS with the Demon Souls, but at least it ran. Let's try this one more time, and then I'll switch back to the Intel build. Fortunately, I don't really know. Despite playing a lot of games and testing a lot of games, I don't really understand that much about graphics technologies and things like that. Heck. My favorite characters. Play Kudusan. It crashed again. Yeah, I think I'm going to run the Intel build because this is not good. Something's gone wrong here. Intel build, here we go. Let's get this working. Please CS2. Yeah, I'm not doing Windows games today. I'm just doing I'm just in emulation. That's what I'm going to cover. I hate this rigmarole. Every time you want to open an unsigned app, you have to do this thing. Way more like menu items to mess around with. Hello to Grab. I'm good, thank you. Trying to get enough content finished before Christmas so that I fulfill all my sponsorship duties. So this one I'm trying to fast track. Okay, this is the native version now. Hopefully this will work better. Better compatibility. Not really much time left. Yeah, it's going to be a busy week. Trying to, like, you know, when you're a YouTuber and you agree to all these sponsorships and you think, oh, I'll just do it next week. And then now I've got two I've got to finish. I did one yesterday and I've got to do one today for which is what I'm filming this emulation video for. And then I'm trying to figure out what the last one is before Christmas. Before this week, because I'd like to do it. I like next week to be free. I don't really want to be working next week. Christmas time is great because I love playing computer games with the children, and I just played Split Fiction with my daughter. I've just finished that. It was great. And then we're in the middle of It Takes Two at the moment, and I'm thinking about doing some like really deep RPG as a co-op, maybe as a family game. So we played some like Ember Knights, which is kind of like Hades but 4-player co-op, and but I'm thinking, wouldn't it be fun to do Divinity Original Sin 2 as a co-op game? Because it just got an update today or yesterday, and there's a lot of buzz about it. And I think I don't know much about that universe. I know not much more about the Dungeons and Dragons universe. I thought that would be more interesting, but it'd be really interesting to see a bit to play something through Christmas. So I'm quite looking forward to that. PS3 emulation has always been a little bit janky, I found. So this one, it kind of crashed here last time. No, it's fine. We're fine. Then it could be good. Not really into RPG games. Nice shirt. Yeah, this is my Code Weaver shirt. Okay, let's try and get this one in. Let's just stop to the screen. Let's quit this out and then start again. This is the PlayStation 3 emulator, not PS4, PS3. So we're going to do Shad PS4 later today, so don't worry. Bro, would MacBook M5 handle Mac native Unreal Engine 5 projects? Yeah, I think the Unreal Editor works well on Mac. But you don't have some of these like physics engines. Like this game uses Havoc, so sometimes they don't play well. It's a bit disappointing why I can't get this to work properly. Okay, we'll do one more nuclear option, which is to restart the Mac completely. See how this helps us out in any way. I'm not sure why you want to develop a game on a Mac, just because I feel like you probably want to target Windows computers first if you're a game dev. Okay, let's restart. Will it work? Let's pray it does. Ooh, little ad's too big. So I haven't had much experience with RPCS3. Maybe it's just like the latest builds are not working very well. In the past, that game's worked perfectly for me. Okay, let's load up Demon Souls again. Bit of an anomaly. What's macOS am I on? It's 26.1. Shouldn't be this problematic. I think all the builds were more stable for some reason. If I had money, I would build a setup for game development. Unity works fine with Macs, but Unreal is flawed. If you expect to make any money out of game development, you should try to use what everyone else is using. I don't know much about game dev to be able to comment. Okay, we really want to get Demon Souls working, okay? Do our best. So we've got the 640 by 640 resolution scale is at 1x. Okay, I'm going to take a mini tiny break while the PPU modules will be right back. Okay, let's go back to this. Which one? Overwatch ones but started like crazy once it's playable. I remember making a video about Overwatch 2 running on Parallels. Like the very first time we got it to work, we had to do a lot of tweaking in order to change the settings to be as low as possible for it to get any kind of playable frame rate. Back in the day, we used to get it working on the M1 in Parallels. Thief Simulator 3 has co-op. Okay. Is that a Mac game? Thank you. Oh, wait, it's missing seat. Seat. Go. Both the platforms. Okay. I'm not heard of Thief Simulator. Cool. Yeah, Windows. I've never heard of this game. But came out on Mac? Thank you. Okay, I think I might have to come back to PlayStation 3 emulation at some point because I think something's gone wrong with the latest builds. And like I could get this running before, so I'm not sure what's going on here. So we're gonna give this one a bit of a try later. Maybe there's an older build I could try. Because I remember trying the one from April and it was fine. Let me just go back in time a bit. Let's try it one more time. Let's pull a bit in a build from an older build. Try an older build, right? And we'll see if this works. Because I feel like when I did this last, right, it actually worked pretty well. So going from like 410, I guess I did it earlier than that, didn't I? Maybe it was like 4:30 or something. End of March. It's been pain. Come on, come on, come on. Shouldn't take that long to do that. Let me try replacing my applications folder version. Does it like it more if it's an application support folder? Okay, I'm giving up on RPCS3 for now. I might cover this a little bit later, re-record some of that footage. Okay, good. So let's do some Dolphin. Okay, we'll do some Dolphin instead. So Dolphin, of course, is Wii GameCube. See if we got any different games I can try today. Ah, Twin Snakes. There, well, we're going to test that Twin Snakes today, aren't we? Okay, so 1080p. Export Series Controller SDL. See if we can get this. It's our widescreen hack for this game. I think this game came with widescreen, didn't it? So we're running this at 3 times. I think we should be able to do this at 4K. We'll see what the in-game resolution is. Hopefully there'll be a Mac build of the simulator in the future, I guess.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me? Loud and clear. What's the situation, Snake? Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up. Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface, but make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the pause button and then the A button. When we need to contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the pause button and then the A button to receive the call. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it. Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Yep. Uncheck the widescreen hack. Apparently that's supposed to work. So we can get widescreen up. How do you enter gecko codes? Let me just save the state. Stop the emulation for a second. Gecko code. Let's see. Gecko. See if this works. I can't seem to get a widescreen working. How do you get a widescreen working on this game? I haven't got much experience with this. It's the same set of codes. Do you have to... You take effect when the game's restarted. Let's see if this works. I don't really use Dolphin that much in my day-to-day life. My favorite emulator is probably PCSX2. Let's try this.
This is Snake.
Yeah, this is good. This is right now. Why is that animation a bug like that? What the hell's happened here? Why is it doing that? Is this the something to do with this? It must be something to do with that cheat file then. Let's cut out this. Maybe I'll turn that off, whatever that was. Echo code. That's better. Yeah, so that is the widescreen mode. The lift comes down a lot earlier this time.
Who's that? It's the enemy. I need help.
Yeah, it didn't really stealth my way through this very long. Okay, that's a bit of a joke. I'll take this guy out before without dying. Seriously, he's just dodging my first shot.
It's the enemy. I need help.
How many guns on me? Oh, I'm dead. Okay, let's try and get to the the first level again.
Snake! Snake! Who's there? Who's that?
Need to skip straight to the lift.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Snake.
Come on. Got 6. That's all I've got. Can I take this guy's gun? Oh, okay, the lift doesn't come down. So do I have to take this guy out separately then? Oh, great. He's still back alive again.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Okay, I'm terrible at this game. Okay, so that is Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. Harder than I remember. Let's try. I think did I do this with Sonic Colors? Let's do that.
Sega.
Hello, son. Even just a single ring. Those are rescue them to build.
Gotta go fast. Yeah, Sonic Colors, 60 FPS.
In a rip, move left or right, love.
Definitely some vertical sync issues here. You've probably seen this when you've been watching me play this. There's like a lot of tearing. Whoa. Okay. Okay, that's Sonic Colors. Anything else we can go give a go? Automodelista.
Warning!
Might try to set this the VSync on for the graphic settings. That might help with the tearing. Okay. Dodge. Let's do dodge.
Check it out.
Okay, so we're doing 3 times. We're doing 3x. So it's 1080p. I think we should run. This should be able to run in 4K. It's pretty solid at this rate. But if I put it up to 4K, so 6 times native for 4K, this should run fine. Yeah, it's still solid 60. So Automodelista is obviously one of the higher end games to play on Wii GameCube. Solid 60 4K. Okay, Auto Modelista. That's good. So it's basically Dolphin taken care of. And okay, that Dolphin. Yeah, so Twin Snakes. We've done Twin Snakes and that. Okay, good. Let's do something a bit more interesting now. So we've done okay, Wii U. Let's do Wii U. Let's find the metal build for Wii U here. Is this the latest one? 2.6 is old, isn't it? February. No, we want the later one with the metal hut, metal. Yeah, this guy's. This is better. Native version. So what games am I into? I'm into basically I like a lot of RPGs and also roguelikes as well. So one of my favorite games of this year is Expedition 33. Love that game, and I also played a lot of Balatron as well. And I also like Total War games. I just tried out the Dawnless Days mod for Total War Attila. That's that was fun. It's quite a bit unpolished, but fun. Why do they mean it's such a pain in the ass to open up unsigned applications? It's really annoying. Like, I'm trying to open up CME here. It's not even popping up on the security thing. I'm assuming that it's unsigned because it is a. Maybe I'll try the universal build instead. So you like strategy and simulation games. What strategy games have you been playing? What do you like? Okay. Good. Okay, that's fine. Of course, we only have one game that we want to test. Secret. This is an older build. Not having much luck with my builds today, am I? Because this is an older build. I think it's from before these two older pull requests. Okay. So often with the state-of-the-art emulation, some of these things just work better when they have the older versions. A lot of the time, testing isn't really done on Mac as well. I think I might. I've actually been playing a bit this on Switch too. Can we get into this? I still haven't got into any of the really big Paradox games yet. There's huge strategy games. I don't really understand them yet, but it's the kind of game I would love to play if I could understand. I'm more of a actiony Total War kind of player. Where's the sound? Let's see. Some clothes on, boy.
Hold the Sheikah slate up to the pedestal. That will show you the way.
So part of the reason that this runs so well is it's using a metal renderer and it has asynchronous shader compilation. So the game doesn't stutter when you when shaders are required. So, which is why this game is able to run at 60 FPS even on the base M chip.
You are the light. Our light.
I understood Hearts of Iron 4 completely at 500 to 600 hours of gameplay.
Now go.
I feel like I understand Total War games now in quite a lot of detail now. They're a bit more immediately actiony. I still need to finish this game on Switch 2. I'll probably put it down for a while. I would have said, in the past, right, that this is like the best way to play the game. But now that there's a Switch 2 kind of native version, which runs at like I think it runs at 1080p at 60 frames per second. So I think that's a pretty good way of playing it. Although having it on the beautiful MacBook screen is obviously a huge plus. I think what I'll try to do is run Tears of the Kingdom in a minute. Let's go fight a couple of goblin things. Uh-oh. Oh, I took my tree branch. No weapons. Andrew Tai, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm healthy. Yes. I could be healthier. I need a weapon. Am I climbing something? What's happening here? Need to pick something up. Need a weapon. Can I use this tree branch?
Link. Head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
No, I was going to pick up that. Oh, this guy does not like me. Okay, that's the metal build Simu, an older build that still works. Unlike the newer build, which doesn't want to play nicely. Maybe that's what I'll do is I'll find an older build of my RPCS3. So yesterday was the 14th. If I just restore my old RPCS3, maybe I can get my footage that I need. Let's replace it. Let's see if I use my old RPCS3 build. I think this is Intel build. Yeah, this is an older build I got from on my old Time Machine backup, so before I started replacing everything today. And then we're gonna do shared PS4 and then also Ryubing as well. So let's run the latest version of Ryubing. Yeah, I'm gonna try out Ryubing in a minute. Yeah, I've got all the firmware installed on this, so will this work for the other games that I want? Why is this opened up? File association with OpenEMU? That's not right. I'll extract it with my PC, it'd be faster. Need to use 7-zip to do this one. Okay, let's see what has to happen with my RPCS3. Okay. Okay. Oh, dear YouTube, huge thanks to you. I got crossover on discount for my MacBook Pro M4. Used to play Kerbal Space Program, but native Mac port was terrible. Thanks, crossover runs buttery smooth. Okay, that's good news. Often the Windows game ports are much more well maintained than Mac ports, so running it through translation can often be worthwhile. Even with heavy graphics mods and shaders, that's supposedly PvPC. I'm getting perfect 60 FPS. I'm glad that you could get it to work. Often people who want a game on a Mac, they just want to play one game. They don't want to buy a whole gaming PC just to play one game. I know someone who's the only game they play on the PlayStation 5 is basically Elden Ring. So anything else is kind of a waste. Okay, let's copy these files that I need. We need to do shared PS4 as well. I need to do that. Okay, let's do some readings instead. Okay, so we're going to cover readings first. So running at native. Okay, I think the best we can hope for is native. I always wanted to play The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD. It got Simi to work with MP2 Pro. At that section in the game, Dragon Roost, either way, the slowdowns make it unplayable. Have you tried the metal build of Simu? So that might work better. Can't believe these guys didn't never put in any kind of voice acting into this. Just uncapping the frame rate so I could actually get past this intro faster. I've got this game for Switch 2. My son's played most of it. I did try this, but the metal build of Simu only came out in the last year. So you should give that a go, see if that's any different. Let's try running that again without speeding it up, because that might have crushed it. Let's try this without skipping the intro. Yeah, I don't have a tutorial for the metal version of the Wii U emulator yet, but if you do a search for I actually had trouble getting this to work earlier as well, so actually I had to use an older build. But if you experiment with this guy's all this guy's GitHub page. I think this guy's builds from February, those work better for me than the other ones. So you just go to this GitHub page. You'll find this in there. Are you noticing a big difference between the M4 Pro and the M5 when it comes to emulation? Yes. The performance of Cemu works better. That's what I've noticed. It is better on the M5, I think, because they're due to single core performance, but majority of gaming is going to be better on the M4 Pro. So I would always just stick to that because Windows games are going to run better on the M4 Pro by far. I'm not sure this should work because I'm using an older firmware. So this is firmware version 17. This is where it crashed last time. Okay, so latest Pokemon game works, 30 FPS. So I saw the page that you brought up on stream, didn't see it completely. I found GitHub that says Apple Silicon Cemu. Yeah, that's the one. I had issues getting it to work though. So if you didn't get it to work, then try this one instead, which is by someone else called. And try this one instead. Can I try Bloodborne next? Oh yeah, I need to do Shad PS4. Yes, I will do that soon. My son wasn't that impressed with this game. I don't think he finished it, actually. Played it during half term. This game was alright, played it on Switch and Switch 2. Yeah. Okay, let's get past this bit. The trash panda stole my stuff. Shader compilation stutter means we just had a couple of stutters there. But other than that, it's like impressively smooth. Battle with Pokemon. Let's play. I think I'll use the leafy one. Chikorita? Is that her name? Chikorita, and there's T-Pick and Totodile. Yeah, let's use Chikorita. Oh no, Totodile. Yeah, okay, let's do this guy. Okay, let's do this. This is Pokemon ZA. We're using the Rubing build of Ryujinx. It's the Switch 1 emulator. So the innovation with this game is the real-time battles, I guess. They have cooldowns. Okay, cool. It's Pokemon ZA working well. Okay, let's try the other thing, the other game. Hmm. Let me see if I can get this other game working. I'm not going to name it, but yeah, let's go to updates. try this one. Let's get this working. Can't speed up when you turn off the VSync.
Gloom keeps getting thicker. We've been descending for a while now. These tunnels are deeper than I thought. What could be down here? People have been falling ill after coming into contact with the gloom drifting through these caverns. Though here it seems almost misty and not concentrated enough to harm us. We'll keep going, with it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle. We do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link. Let's go solve this mystery.
Try to get the first bit where you have to like jump off a thing. Jump off the big wall. Big cliff. Pretty sure there's a 60 FPS patch for this. How do I get this working? Can I get 60 FPS working on this? I think I'll just run this at 30 because it's, you know, to get this at 30 is probably pretty good on M5. I was way too excited about these ruins.
You're not hurt, are you, Link? Look at these murals. The written histories of the stories of a great war fought long ago.
I'm just fast forwarding this by turning off VSync. Is there like a 60 FPS patch?
What is that?
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me. Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword. A link. Raru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
I'm not gonna get 60 frames per second working on this. If I recall, like, there was like a mod or a cheat or something which allowed you to do that. So if I remember, there's like a part where you have to jump through some pools, basically like this. It's like a tutorial on how to jump. So it's got a compilation stutter, which is why it stutters a bit. But once those things are compiled fully, then it should be a lot smoother. Stutter. Oh, all right. You've tested out Wind Waker HD on the updated Steam and Meta. Unfortunately, the same issues arise. Slowdown on Dragon Roost and other scenarios persist. Have you tried running Wind Waker HD on Switch? Maybe Ryubing would work better? The game is a Wii U exclusive. Are you sure? Wind Waker HD, Dragon Roost. Is that quite far in the game? Basically, we're quoting for one of the Wind Waker HD. We could play the AG version, the GameCube one, but don't have the same quality of life improvements. Yeah, that sucks. You'll just, if you're a Zelda fan, play it on Nintendo hardware, I guess. Wii U's to buy are so cheap. I don't have any weapons. Nobody had a Wii U back then. If it were up to me, I would say that the only reason to buy one would be Wind Waker HD. I'm sure it's going to get released on Switch at some point. Let's hope, brother, yeah. I mean, they released Breath of the Wild on 3 generations of Nintendo hardware, okay? Wii U, Switch, and Switch 2, okay? I'm sure they're going to go back into their back catalogue at some point. Yeah, just this Tears of the Kingdom, and then I've done Pokemon ZA, so I guess that's enough, kind of enough for today. Okay, so Rejinx works. Okay, so I wanted to try RPCS3 again because it's just giving me issues before. I'm kind of a completionist like that. I don't understand why why it doesn't work. I just want to get Demon Souls working. Then we'll do shared PS4 and then call it a day. Yeah, what are we doing? We are doing Demon Souls and then shared PS4. Yeah, so I'll load up. Let me see, shared PS4. Why is this giving me so much grief? Should you get shared PS4 on your Mac M2? I mean, it's not going to run very well. Shared PS4 emulator is free. I am drinking Pepsi Max Lime, which is not bad. Why is this hung like that? Okay, what I might do is try and go back to my time machine and then go into my application support folder and then find an old enter time machine backups. Sounds like a cool drink. We don't have much type of drinks here in Turkey, just regular Coke and zero sugar. I mean, Pepsi Max and Coke, Diet Coke, are basically came at the same time. So I'm very surprised if you can't get Pepsi Max in Turkey. Promising. Mephistopheles. That's better. Do you connect with your PlayStation account? No, you can't really connect this to the PlayStation account. Why is the floor invisible? Why is the floor invisible? Is there something wrong with my config? Just check. So one thing you have to do is to change the 640. Yeah, that's correct. Right color buffers, that's correct. Let me just check something. So there's two things you've got to do. 640 by 640, right colors buffers, and the spurs threads, and so 3. So what if I take off right color buffers? What happens then? How many people are watching? You should be able to see from YouTube. 32 people are watching right now. Not bad. This is without right color buffers turned on. Okay, so with right color buffers, you can't see anything. It's weird how this worked before, but now it's not working. It's really frustrating. I even got deferred rendering working. People have tried this before and crossover and failed every time. Which game are you talking about near YouTube? The technical guys shouldn't buy buffers. Maybe I should update my operating system too. Might help. Okay, giving up on a PS3 for now. I think I might have to try something a bit different. Okay, good. Okay, let's boot up my old Shad PS4 and then see how this goes. Oh, you're talking about Kerbal Space Program still. Okay, let's see how Bloodborne runs on 0.70. See, I think I already tried this before. I'm using an older version of Shad PS4. Just wanna see it up and running. And then I'll update, see if the latest version, because I heard that the later versions run better. So this is Shad PS4. Ouch. Let's try and avoid getting hit by that scary man. Let's not talk to this dude. Ow. Well enough, Assassin's Creed 2 might work best under Ryujinx, or maybe under Parallels, the Windows version anyway. Celeste is still broken in many weird ways. Is it running on 4 or 8? It's using 8 in total, including 4 gigabytes of video memory. Okay, I'm going to try and run this using a later version of Shad PS4 now. So I'll download the latest Mac version and see if the performance is better. So this one was updated 10th of December. Okay, so this is the latest version. Okay, let's try this out. Let's download 12.5. Let's fingers crossed this works. Just immediate crash. Assertion failed. I'll change emulator version. How do I get it to change? Can I get it to like change the version of the thing? What is it? Because before it said we could download a specific. Oh, here we are, 12 version manager. Let's try 12.0. Let's also try nightly as well. Let's try the nightly version. Okay, let's try it on the older version. Let's try an older version like this one. Let's try 11 then. Okay, 11's working. So this is upscaling from 560p. So I have a specific patch, which is basically there to improve performance as much as possible. The performance here is slightly worse than before. Let me just try. What we'll do is we'll try just looking at some of the patches that we've got here. We've got like disable, blah, blah, blah. Can we run it at can we run it at 900p instead? Try 900p instead. This is running at 900p, you see. And, we're kind of getting the slow motion. I think we need to run this at 540p in order for this to be a playable frame rate. I think it ran better with my older build. It does look a lot better at 900p compared to 540p. It's like double the resolution almost. More than double. Yeah, let's not run it through here. So what build was I using before then? Let's check out because there's a Shad PS4 QT4 launcher, and this is the old version I was using. 0.70, and let's just open this up again. So I'm thinking, is this still using the 540p patch? Let me just check if this is using the 540p patch or not. It's the 560 patch. Let's skip intro, disable these things. Let's use the shared PS4 patches. I'll skip intro, disable these things, disable this, lowest, 60 FPS, and that's resolution patch to 560p. Save. Let's see how this runs. Maybe they'll be better. I mean, this certainly feels a lot better. It is possible. I think you just have to kind of experiment with different older builds, because I found like the newer builds are a bit buggy. Performance is substantially different. How do I get out of here into the actual game world? Because it looks like everything's locked. Does anyone know how Bloodborne works? Because I don't actually know how to play this game. Because I died, right? And then how do I get back into the main world? Given how much better these translation layers are getting, do you feel optimistic about the future of Mac gaming? I mean, it's always a question of like 2 steps forward, 2 steps backwards. I mean, Apple have made we lost Boot Camp and the ability to run Windows games natively, but then we gained crossover and game porting toolkit and a bunch of, a handful of native Mac games. So it's better and it's worse in many ways, which is sad. So we're barely getting 30 FPS, and we've kind of turned down all of the graphic settings, pretty much. You might have better luck on this game on a higher spec computer. Where's the sound effects for my attacks? As my punch is not doing big enough damage. Ow. Burned to death. So yeah, I'm not particularly... I think that, Mac gaming is the most interesting position it's been in for, its entire lifespan. But if you are a really dedicated Mac gamer of any kind, if you like games, then you should probably have a separate device dedicated to gaming, because otherwise you put yourself in a world of pain. Trying to get, like, if you want to play Bloodborne, just buy a Windows PC and then emulate it properly, or buy a PlayStation 4. They're very cheap now. Can I actually kill this guy? Is it possible to kill this guy? Am I supposed to run away? Doing such tiny amounts of damage. Yeah, not. Some graphical glitches here and there. Okay, state of the state of gaming. Okay, so I think I've done everything, haven't I? I haven't done original DS. Well, I said I was going to do Metroid Prime 3, but I didn't even have time to do that. I think I've covered enough for my next video. So no, thank you very much, guys, for joining me in this stream today. I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours now, so I'm going to go ahead and take a break. I'm going to cut this into a video, releasing it sometime tomorrow, just basically covering the state of game emulation on the M5 Mac and how that's working. So thank you very much for staying with me through this whole stream, and I'll see you in the next video, guys. Right, bye-bye. Bye.